Bobcats will kick it away to start us off. From inside the 10, here he comes. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. So San Jose State's offense is on the field for the first time today. And this wide receiver, he's the linchpin to the offense. They want to make sure they find a multitude of ways to get him the football.
And it's a risk-reward scenario on defense when you're trying to cover this guy, Reese, because you play man coverage, you risk him running by you and catching deep balls. You play too much zone, and then he can hurt you after the catch. A lot of different ways that this guy is very dangerous.
Defense there to stop him after a gain of 1 to the 22. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. Scanning the field, it's Adams. Extending the play. And he gets it just beyond the line of scrimmage before he gets down. The Spartans will line up to punt it away. He'll try to really get into this one. Gets his first one of the day off. He was called on 4 times in last week's win. The Bobcats offense will have its first possession of the game. As we take a look at our impact players for this game, David, what do you look for to make an impact from your leaders?
Your leaders not only have to lead the football team, but they got to step up and make plays on the field, keep everybody calm. These guys typically do a really good job.
Yeah, David, and they also generally set the tone for their respective football teams. Regardless of which side of the ball they play on, the teammates look towards them to step up in big games like this.
And the Bobcats come to the line in the hurry-up. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. He'll pull it down and run. The quarterback bought as much time as he could, but the defense got to him and sacked him.
Pretty nice as a defense, right? When you can go nickel, put 5 DBs on the field and not have to blitz anyone, trusting your front 4 to get the job done on 3rd down, and they do it right there, getting the sack.
The Bobcats will send out the punt unit. He'll settle for some pretty good field position and make the fair catch at around the 35. Guys, this San Jose State offense trying to get this ball moving. Give to the running back. Not much working there. It'll be 2nd and 9. Stuck with a running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. Looking to throw, it's Adams. It's complete on the right side. And he's knocked down immediately, but not before he moves the chain. The offense will put it in play from the 47 on 1st and 10. Looking to move it through the air. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. After the quarterback and receiver failed to hook up, they'll try it again on 2nd down. Makes the grab on the left. Got room at the 35. A huge gain on that one before he ran out of bounds, and he has the 1st down.
Love the individual effort by the wide receiver after the catch, making people miss, showing you the speed. Now he set up his offense down in the red zone.
Working the middle of the field, and it's complete. They get it down to the 7 on that pass play in prime position for a score. Back to the air one more time. And the defense makes a play, sacking him back at the 10.
Just like to see the quarterback have a clock going off in his head, forcing him to get rid of that football. Can't take a sack on 1st down in goal-to-go situation and move your offense backwards.
Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. He's looking to throw. Reels it in the end zone. Touchdown, Spartans!
Really nice job working the route and getting himself open. He was able to locate the football, snag it out of the air, and this guy now has 5 receiving touchdowns on the year.
attempt to try. And with the extra point, they get the first 7 of the game. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, we have a final in the Red River rivalry between Oklahoma and Texas in Dallas. Texas pulled out the victory on a day they clearly did not have their best. And that's a testament to those players there in Austin. That winning gene, I really believe it's a thing. We'll see a lot of games this week, but few will have as much of an impact on the new top 25 poll next week as this one, gentlemen.
Yeah, how about that? Sounds as if they had a good ball game there, Kevin. Thanks for the update.
Nice job by the QB, sitting back in the pocket. You can tell he wants to throw the football, go through his progressions. Nothing home, take off, and slide. I love the slide at the end. Don't take a big shot.
You know this sophomore has a big arm, and there were some revolutions on that one. Use the play fake, now to throw. Quickly to the tight end. Good pickup there as he gets the first down, and they'll mark him at the 48. And the Bobcats moving quickly to the line.
They pick up the first down on the drag route. I know that seems like a simple route, but it's actually a lot more complex than what it looks like because that route changes based on whether it's man or zone. If it's man coverage, he's flying across the field. If it's zone, he's got to sit down over the ball in a soft spot, giving his quarterback a place to go with it. Nice job of those guys being on the same page there.
Trying to get to him. Caught over the middle. It's Asher. They almost got a first down there. Stopped a yard short. It'll be third down.
He's taken down at the 40. Third down coming.
Looking to throw for it. And they'll miss the connection here on third down. The Bobcats will punt it away on fourth down. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. The punt goes out of bounds, and a nice job to get them backed up. I think they'll spot it right around the 15. The San Jose State offense is back on the field. From the gun, they'll give it on the inside. Dances away again. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down. Quarterback checking the play. They'll give it to him again. Defense there to stop him after a 2-yard gain to the 31. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. Back to throw, it's Adams. Gets it out quickly. Knocked down immediately, but a nice pickup on that one.
I think really good wide receivers do a good job of making every route kind of look the same. You could tell this looked like a vertical route. So if I'm a DB, I'm bailing, and all of a sudden he sits that hitch down. Nice job by the wide receiver, creating enough separation to create a positive gain.
They're facing a third down. They'll try to bully their way for the first. Fights his way for a couple, but stops short of the marker. It's 4th and 1. And the Spartans will punt this one away. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. That thing was down for a while, but the big bounce carried it into the end zone, and it'll be a touchback. Texas State gets the football back, and here comes the offense. Out of the chute, quick toss to the right. They stop him just a leak or two short of the first, and man, what they can do on second down here. The RPO, fire complete to the left. And they'll spot it at the 38, and that'll be plenty for the first down. Moving quickly, trying to rattle the D. That was a really nice catch and an even better run after the grab.
Yeah, and get the ball to your playmaker. What's good about having him in the slot is he can go either direction. You can get him matched up on somebody that's not as fast. And you watch, he can run away from those linebackers or safeties.
Quick release on the RPO. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. And the Bobcats are in the hurry-up. Out of the shotgun on third down. That's caught. It's Singh. He's got enough to move the chains, and they'll spot it at the 47. Now on first down after that completion. He might have expected to see this DB up in his receiver's kitchen. Instead, nice little zone, and they pick up the first.
Man, offenses are getting so good, Reese, at seeing the holes in the zone, knowing you're in zone, knowing where to sit down, how to make it an easy pitch and catch for the quarterback, and that's what it was on third and short.
From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. And a decent gain there before the defense makes the stop. Ball just inside the 40 at the 39. It's third and short. He'll keep it himself. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. The Bobcats will try to pin them back with the punt. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. And he will boom that punt out of bounds. No chance for a return. Let's see where the officials spot it. They'll throw it on first down. Fires to the big fella. And he'll run across the sidelines after the good gain. Second down coming up. From the gun, the running back tries to hit the hole. A stop and pull maybe gets a yard to the 34. It's third down from their own 34 as they try to keep the drive moving. Firing to the right, complete. They make the stop, but the sweet throw and catch is plenty to give them a first down. The Spartans come to the line with a new set of downs. Got his man quickly. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there, still a bit short of the first down. Let's see what they've got on second down. Back to throw, it's Adams. Unloads to the right. It's caught downfield. They've got it inside the 30. They'll mark it at the 28. It's first down. And the Spartans are moving quickly down the field. From the gun, the running back has it. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Put themselves in a bit of a bind with that last one. It's second and 14. He'll run it again. They get him stopped at the 26, but boy, that was an attitude run. A pickup of 6. They're close enough for a makeable field goal from the 26, but they'd love to convert this third and long. He makes the connection. They'll finally put the brakes on him at the 3. A big throw, catch and run on that one. Third down, a lot of times it comes down to not necessarily who's the most open, who do you trust the most?
No, it's not about the X's and the O's. It's about the Jimmies and the Joes. And when my guy's better than you and I get you matched up out wide and I know I trust you, I'm finding you.
The Spartans have it in scoring position on first and goal. Off the boot, looking for his man. He's got the tight end. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Got nothing last time. Now second and goal from the 3. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. And now after getting knocked back, they'll try it again, this time from the 5 on third and goal. From the gun, wants to pass. Touchdown, San Jose State. And they made it to the house where they found that 6 points waiting on them.
Every time we speak to defenses before they play this guy, they all know he's going to get the ball thrown his way. They always come up with creative and exotic ways to try to cover him in the back end, but they're never able to get it done. This guy just beats coverage time and time again, and with that last catch, that's now his 15th receiving score of the season.
They'll try to add another to their lead. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
San Jose State, 14. Texas State, 0.
And he'll return it and try to get behind his blockers. And the returner will be dragged down. Texas State has the football back, and they'll go on offense. To say this has been a slow start is a bit of an understatement, and they really need to get it going here, Jesse.
That's right. The opponent, they're firing on all cylinders right out of the gate. Offensively, for this unit, they've been slow and struggling. They need an explosive play to wake themselves up.
Yeah, and it's just the first quarter, so it's not the end of the world. You've seen slow starts, but you got to continue to pick and pick and pick until you find that play or that scheme that you can use against this defense.
Game of 2. Third down coming.
On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. He'll try to do it himself. Coming out, attacking from deep in their own end, and they're out at the 26 for the first down. And the Bobcats want to pick up the tempo.
That shows a lot of poise and a lot of experience by that guy there. Not thinking to himself, hey, on 3rd and long, I'm going to have to throw and make a really good throw here to go get this first. Hey, if it's not there, you don't got to force the issue. You're a good enough athlete to go take off and get it yourself with your legs. Beautiful job.
From the gun, they'll try the middle. These little gains can start to add up as he gets it up to the 34. It's 3rd down from their own 34 as they try to keep the drive moving. They'll try to get the first through the air. Caught near the sticks. It's Hendricks. Great pickup as they'll keep this drive moving, and they've got it at the 45. 3rd and short, and I guess the only thing they really took out of play in the shotgun was the quarterback sneak.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I like to do, Reese. I mean, 3rd and inches, I want to run the quarterback.
And the quarterback bought some time, but not enough. Down he goes with the sack.
And that's what I like most about this defense. When you try to take shots and make big plays, they get to the quarterback. They get him on the ground. Their 3rd sack of the day. And this is a unit that ranks in the top 10 in sacks in the country.
Now facing some adversity on this drive after the loss of 4 at 2nd and 14. Looking for a gap. It's Silva. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. This will be the 8th play of the drive, but a great opportunity for the defense to get off the field. Feeling some heat. And the quarterback is snowed under.
And giving up 3 sacks a week ago. Now you've already given up 4 sacks. They got to find a way to protect their quarterback. Give him a little bit more time.
The Bobcats will call on their punt team. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. San Jose State has the ball and ready to go on the attack. How about that last drive? Just carved him up in the air, David.
Yeah, and how about that quarterback? You gave him the ball, and he delivered the goods. Great job taking apart the defense, Jesse, on that last drive.
He really did, David. I mean, that was a masterclass in just reading coverage and being accurate.
Fires to the middle. A strike downfield. And they don't drag him down until he gets all the way to the 46-yard line.
Well, Reese, you and I were talking about this before the game. How is this defense going to be able to deal with all the speed they have offensively? You saw them just rip off a big play.
And, Jesse, now their head's spinning just a little bit. Give up a big chunk play, and it's right back at them. And they make the stop, and that will likely bring us to the end of the first quarter. From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. They make the stop, and that'll bring the first quarter to a close. That's the end of the quarter. San Jose State is on top. Really strong performance so far to be able to build a lead here in the first period as we look at the stats. Just about ready to get things started here in the second. We'll see if they continue to flex that muscle. They'll try to pick up the first through the air. Outside the pocket, lets it go. Complete downfield. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense. And the Spartans are marching down the field. From the gun, running back on the move. And they corral him at the 2-yard line. Going to work on second down, and the red zone is still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. Right back to him on the ground. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Spartan. No midseason concentration laps here in Week 7 as they push out that lead.
Mano-a-mano, the offensive line gets it done, driving the defense back, creating an easy lane for that running back.
Ready to try the point after. And the extra point is true, and the lead balloons to 21. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Fellas, I think at least a portion of your audience will have an interest in the one that just finished up. SMU rolled to victory today in a game where they not only capitalized on opportunities, they created them. And that's the way this coach wants them to play every week. It's one game. You don't want to react too much either way. But I think both teams will leave this one with some things to work on moving forward.
And Kevin Connors keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Sounds like they had a good one there. And he could not get loose on the run. And the Bobcats want to crank the tempo. The back goes in motion. He's back to throw on second down. Got it in the middle. It's Hendricks. They make the stop right there. Good pickup. It's still short of the first down. They're about to wear this punter out. He's already been out 4 times, staring at a 5th if they can't move the chains. Can't make the connection on third down thanks to that tough, hard-nosed pass defense, and now it's 4th down. Another punt on the way. Got to make sure those hammies and glutes all activated. Don't want any muscle pulls from overuse. Pretty solid coverage there, and they'll stop him at the 26. Guys, this San Jose State offense trying to get this ball moving. It's complete to the right. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one.
Man, this quarterback is having himself a day. Over 200 yards in the first half. It was hard enough for Palmer to get over 200 in a game, more or less in a first half.
That's the way to start a drive. Now they'll snap it just shy of midfield. Quarterback on the keeper. You'll take 4 yards on first down every time, 2nd and 6. Looking for a man. It's Adams. Snags it over the middle. They get him on the ground, but it's a first down. And this junior quarterback shows you why the scouts love that big arm of his. They go to the ground. And just wedges it ahead a bit before he's brought down. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. He's got an open man. Touchdown, San Jose State. What a catch and run for 6.
You know, quarterbacks and receivers, they develop confidence and chemistry as the game goes on. These two right now are definitely on the same page.
PAT unit on the field. And the extra point makes it 28-0. A very efficient 5-play scoring drive. And the score comes on a pass from 40 yards out. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, that they get him on the ground at the 20. Texas State gets the football back, and here comes the offense. Their drive chart is starting to look a little monotonous. Punt, 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 David.
And their defense is starting to get a little frustrated, too. They just keep putting me back on the field, possession after possession. Jesse, this offense needs to get their heads out of their you-know-whats.
The punter's on the sideline with the oxygen mask right now. He's been playing so much. He's not used to this. This offense, they just got to stay on the field. They've got to put a drive together and get some balance going, running and throwing the ball.
On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. Unloads to the wideout. A beautifully placed ball to the outside, and the toe drag for the big pickup. The Bobcats have it with a 1st and 10. On the ground with the counter. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. He's looking to throw. Caught in the backfield. It's Asher. He's brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up. On 3rd down, going up top. Setting up the screen. Turns it on at midfield. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back.
That's a first down for the offense.
Out of the gun, the inside handoff to the running back. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. He's looking to throw. Caught in the backfield, it's Asher. And this one will be stopped for no gain. They're a perfect 2 for 2 on 3rd down on this drive. They need 8 to move the chains again. Moving out of the pocket. 3rd down conversions are huge, and they've got one, and they're at the 35. Not the most productive half for this offense so far, but finally starting to get it in gear. 1st and 10. Fires to the big fella. They make the stop. Not a whole lot of ground picked up there, and they'll have work to do to get the 1st down. Gonna run it. It's Silva. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. Takes a hit as he fires. He took a hit as he threw it and couldn't deliver the football. It's incomplete, and 4th down's coming. They've decided to try to go for the field goal here. The field goal is no good. Hoping to cut into that lead. They did not. The lead is huge.
Texas State, 0.
The San Jose State offense is back on the field. This has been exactly the way you draw things up, David. The offense has really been moving the football.
And it's been great execution. They've done exactly what they've wanted to do. Build the lead. Now Palmer's a different animal. Now you got to protect him.
You can tell they were paying attention in practice this week in the film room because they have gone out everybody right now on the same page.
Lost the defense. He's wide open. Hit the gas, kid. Wide open ahead. Touchdown, Spartans. And once he found open space, the band might as well start playing.
Well, this offense is top 10 in the country in points per game because they've got a lot of speed and they've got home run hitters. They score fast. They don't need 10 plays to go down the field. You saw it right there. They've recruited well. They've got playmakers. They're going to be a problem for defenses all year long.
Lining up to add another.
The kicker is on for the extra point.
And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
35. Texas State, 0.
From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Texas State has the football back, and they'll go on offense. He leaves it with the back. Maybe picked up a couple. He's down at the 24. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down.
Brings up 2nd down.
He's looking to throw. Finds his big tight end. He almost picked up the 1st down on that one, but he'll be just a little bit short. Big 3rd down coming from their own 31. Defense tries to get off the field. Hard running there. It's a game of 1st downs, and they've got one out to their own 37. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Quickly complete. And a good job of coverage by that defense, just a short pickup. Kept it on the ground on 1st down. See if they stick with that plan on 2nd. On the run, it's Silva. Shakes off the tackler. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. 3rd and short now. They snap it from their own 46. Quickly complete. That'll get the job done and move the chains, and they'll mark the ball at the 45. And the Bobcats are flying down the field. Wants to throw on 1st down off the play fake. Got his man downfield. He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the first down on the throw and catch.
For the offense.
They think they can impose their will here with the run to the right. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Got some work to do on second down after that last one. They need 13. The play action fake. Nice catch along the sideline and great effort to stay in bounds. Now, they missed a field goal on the last drive, but you need to get points here, so they need to pick up some yardage to at least get in range for their kicker. Safe completion on the screen. They play that screen nicely. He tried to find his way to the marker, but it'll be fourth down. And they'll send the field goal team back out for the second time tonight. And this one splits the uprights. And the field goal was good. They get 3 on the board, but it really doesn't matter much in terms of the deficit. After putting 3 on the board, the kickoff unit ready to go. The returner will field it and try to get some field position. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. San Jose State has the ball and ready to go on the attack. He'll pull it on the read. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. A negative play to open the drive. Let's see what they've got on 2nd and 14. Running back goes in motion. Quick touch pass to the receiver. Finds his way ahead for 3 out to the 16. Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. 3rd and long, backed up inside their 20. It's complete. He'll have the first down as he gets it to the 28-yard line before he stops. The Spartans come to the line with a fresh set of downs. He'll do it himself. That play just never had a chance. They knock him down for a loss of 5. They'll try to overcome that last play on 2nd and 15. From the shotgun, the handoff to the back. And the defense makes a big hit, knocks him down. These are the types of plays where offenses impose their will. 3rd and short from the 45. He's right on target. Really confident throw and catch there. Big pickup, and they have a first down.
And that's a first down.
Pulls it and fires to the left. And he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup on that one. Ran the ball on first down. Let's see what they do on 2nd.
Second down coming up.
Looking to throw, it's Adams. Fires to the middle. Pulls it in. Just what this offense was looking for. Sets him up at the 26 with a first down.
And that's a first down.
Use the play fake. Now to throw. Got it. Into the end zone. Touchdown, San Jose State.
And it's now the 2nd time this wide receiver has scored. Another outstanding job with the route. Great job securing the catch.
He'll try to tack on one more.
For the extra point.
And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
2 very different emotions inside the locker rooms of these teams who did battle today. NC State was relentless today in a road win that frankly wasn't even as close as the final score indicates. This was a vintage Wolfpack performance, one that really should instill confidence within this program. A lot to go through in the film session this week for both teams, but boy, it sure is going to be easier for the side that came away with the win.
Kevin, thanks a lot for that one. Sounds as if they had a good one there. And the freshman will chalk up a sack.
Well, I think one of the biggest reasons why this team is finding themselves in a hole here in the first half is this has been a sack party. They can't keep the defense off of their quarterback. They haven't been able to get the ball deep down the field, throwing it with the consistency they want because they can't keep their quarterback standing up straight.
They've already racked up big sack numbers. It's starting to snowball, and they are ready to go again. He's looking for a man on second down. That's reeled in. It's Singh. The defense wouldn't let him loose there, and it was a completion, but they lost yardage. On third and long, he'll have to turn it loose deep. It's complete. A huge pickup. And the big gain, and they've got it on the 46.
Man, if I'm a defense, I got to find a way to get some more pressure on the quarterback or disrupt their timing and their rhythm. I can't give them these big chunk plays through the air. I got to be maybe a little bit more aggressive or do something a little bit different.
Second down here, and maybe they've got time to get one more snap off before the 2-minute warning. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this thing has been one-sided, and they hope to at least have something to feel good about going into halftime. Fires to the tight end, and he'll make his way out of bounds after the solid pickup. It's third down, and the line to gain is the 36. From the gun, wants to pass. Snagged in the middle, it's Asher. Nice pitch and catch there, and they'll have enough for the first down. A new set of downs after the completion. He'll come out throwing on first down. Looking to the big tight end. How about that play to get a hand in there and force the incompletion? And the incompletion brings up a second down for this offense. Reacted well to the tip, but just couldn't squeeze the football. Instead of the turnover, it'll be third down. He wants to throw it again. They're bringing heat. And he can't find a receiver, and down he goes.
And he gets home again, continuing his production. Last week, 2 sacks. This week, already a sack in the first half. This guy has been on a sack terror.
Now on fourth down, here comes the field goal team. And he's going to have to get into this football. This is a 53-yard attempt. What a disappointment. No good. I guess the idea was to chip away at a big lead. Consider the lead, not chip away at it. Guys, this San Jose State offense trying to get this ball moving. This has been an impressive first half, and Jesse, they'd love nothing better than to tack another one on before the break.
And why would they want to stop at this point? Everything they've dialed up, they've been able to execute, throwing and running the football.
And how critical is it for this defense to get a stop? Down right now before the half. They can create some momentum on their side by getting a stop before the half.
Not seeing a lot of chemistry between the QB and his intended target on that play.
Looking to pass. It's Adams. He's got the back in the middle. And they knock him down, but he got past the line to gain. Just enough time to get off one more snap. They'll throw it on first down. It's caught. They finally make the stop, but that one will make those halftime stats look a little nicer as we head to the break. We've played 2 quarters here. Time to go to Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
Guys, who's had a better seat there in San Jose than you have? A captivating game so far. Talk about a first half from that dude out of the backfield. He's been a total game changer. And how many top plays moments have we seen on missed tackles alone? Video game moves from one of the shiftiest players in all of college football. And with that, let's send it back to the guys at Seth Stadium.
And the Spartans will kick it away first, and we'll start the second half. And no chance at a return here. They'll start this drive at their own 25. Texas State gets the football back, and here comes the offense. What could go wrong did in the first half, and they start this third quarter at the bottom of the mountain.
Man, that was bad. That was a frying pan to the head. That was a TKO. It was awful in the first half. Flush it. I got to start doing something right. I got to find some positives. I get the ball first to start this possession, try to put a scoring drive together.
The only thing you can do at this point offensively is just make sure your best players are touching the football as often as possible. You recruited these guys, you got guys out of the portal, you put your faith in them to make plays. This is a time to go out and do it.
He ended up going backwards on the play, and they will not convert that third down. The Bobcats send out the punt unit. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. Might have thought he'd want to try to pick up a few yards there, but he's content with making the fair catch right around the 35-yard line. Out of the gun, the inside give. Just willed his way for a couple out to the 35. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on second down. To the air, it's Adams. Using the quick game. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground covered. Pick up the first. Gets it out fast. And he's brought to the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. The Spartans come to the line with a new set of downs. Out of the gun, the running back has it. A solid pickup there before the defense is able to make the stop. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. He'll keep it himself. A strong tackle and wrap-up from the junior. How aggressive might this play call be on 3rd and short from the 46? From the gun, wants to pass. It's complete to the left. He gets it oh so close to the first down marker, but I think he's going to be a touch short. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. And they won't be able to down it. It goes into the end zone for a touchback. Texas State has the football back, and they'll go on offense. Boy, 3 and out last time, David. They'd like to be more productive this time around.
Yeah, in the last drive, nothing really clicked. No rhythm, got off the field really.
Can anyone catch him? And they'll do more than move the chains. They'll move that thing more than 30 yards down the field before he's finally stopped.
Well, how about the offense setting that play up? We've seen earlier in the game a couple shorter throws. They're just trying to suck those safeties closer to the line of scrimmage, anticipating that they would get an opportunity to take a shot. They called the perfect play at the perfect time right there.
They might be thinking back-to-back big plays after that last one. 1st and 10 from the 32. The give to the back. And I think they'll give him 2 on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Win with the running game on first down, now back at it. Grab behind the line, it's Singh. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short gain there. They're within field goal range at the 29. Let's see if they can pick up a few or the first down on 3rd and long. Throws to the wideout. Wide open downfield. They'll get him stopped just short of the end zone, but they're in business here with a first down.
Yeah, and the quarterback knew exactly where he wanted to go with the football, had time, spins the ball deep. Nice job by this offense, understanding what the defense is giving them.
And he runs it in for the score. Touchdown, Bobcats.
Touchdown, Texas State.
This is like having an extra running back in your backfield. This quarterback is magic. When he decides to keep the football, he can make people look absolutely silly. He shows you on that play.
Lining up for the PAT. Right down the middle. A very efficient 5-play scoring drive. And close the deal with a 3-yard touchdown run.
42, Texas State, 10.
Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. The San Jose State offense is back on the field. They'll have another opportunity to extend this lead after punting last time, David.
And it's important to put that punt behind you. It's over. Let it go. Get back to what you were doing that built this lead.
Yeah, and defense, obviously, they won a few downs that last drive, so we got to put them on their heels here. Maybe mix up a few personnel groupings and try to show them some pictures they haven't seen yet.
He had the perfect play to open the drive, and now they'll snap it again from the 38. The give on the inside. They finally get him on the ground with a big running play, moves the chains for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They're getting this guy lathered up.
You know, it's so important for offenses to want to keep third downs manageable. The way you do that is by having success like that, running the football on first down.
Grab near the marker. It's Jolly. And they make the tackle, but he has plenty for the first down. And now a fresh set of downs for this offense. To the air on first down. It's complete. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. Offense gets set for second down. Dropping back, it's Adams. He's got his man. Really nice job there by both guys, the throw and the catch, to work that defense and get the first down. The give to the running back from the shotgun. What a good run there. He has enough for the first down. He has 89 yards on the ground, and he has his eyes fixed on leading the nation in rushing. He caught it. And he's wrestled to the ground. And after that strong play on first down, they're right on the cusp of a score. Second and goal. They're going to run it. Touchdown, Spartan. And the route is on. That trip to the end zone is 25th career touchdown.
Man, he's been productive, just has a nose for the end zone. This dude's made big play after big play for his offenses, and that's 25 touchdowns, Palmer, on the ground for the big fella. Pretty
impressive, too, when you consider when you get close to that end zone, the defense is expecting run, they're loading the box, and still this guy has been able to find his way in. 25, it's a nice number.
And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Guys, right back to your game after we update the nation on this one. Sam Houston went on the road and silenced one of the most vocal crowds in football. And it's clear this Bearcats team has adopted the mantra, let your play do the talking.
Handoff from the shotgun.
The circle of life in college football, where one team moves on feeling like kings and the other heads home licking its wounds.
Yeah, how about that? Sounds as if they had a good ball game there, Kevin. Thanks for the update. And they drag him down, but not before he picks up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Quarterback on the keeper. Picks up the first down. And he's brought down after a nice gain. And the Bobcats have it with a 1st and 10. Oh, and they'll try to catch him with a pass. Just a short pass to the tight end. And that is good versatility there, and a big hit from the backer in pass coverage. Takes the handoff. It's Silva. Tackled after picking up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Motion by the back forces the defense to adjust. Caught in the backfield, it's Silva. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. Line getting set on second down. They'll try it over the left side. Dragged down at the 39, but he's got 5 yards, and they'll move the sticks. They'll snap it from the 39, 1st and 10. It's a draw. Really nice run there. Good, solid pickup, and they'll move the sticks with a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Might as well run him until they stop him. He's got it again. They make the stop, give him 3 yards on the carry. Ball's at the 24. Leaves it with the running back. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Ball spotted at the 27. They're facing a 3rd and long to try to keep their hopes of a touchdown alive. From the gun, wants to pass. Throws for the tight end. Just masterful working that sideline and getting the toe down for the catch. Defense has to be frustrated. The offense keeps matriculating and matriculating and matriculating the ball down the field. Well, the quarterback can make a big play when he starts moving around.
You see offenses doing this a lot now. When you got a scrambling quarterback, get him outside the pocket, run a bootleg to the left where he has the option. What can he do? Pick him up, put him down, and go get some yardage, or he can throw it down the field to try to make it even bigger.
He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. And they decide to trot out the kicker. He'll line it up from 34 yards out. And it's right down the boulevard. I wouldn't say they cut into the deficit. They sort of microscopically edged off the deficit. Still a mountain to climb. They'll kick it away after putting up a field goal on that last drive. Here's the return from inside his 10. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. San Jose State has the ball and ready to go on the attack. Man, what a drive last time for the touchdown. That passing attack was lethal, David.
And you know, you hear all these stupid commentators like me and Jesse talking about create balance, you know, run and pass. No, when you throw that good, spin the ball around.
So the defense has to find a way to affect the quarterback on this drive because last drive he had way too much time to throw.
They're going to keep this drive going. They'll have to make a play on 3rd and long from the 26. He finds a dead spot in the middle. So important to convert these 3rd downs, and they get it done. They'll have it at the 42. Quarterback reacting to what the D is showing. Looking for a crease to the left. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Last play was a near disaster. Now dealing with 2nd and 13. Looking to throw, it's Adams. Fires to the wideout. And that pass intercepted. He couldn't quite get loose on that return, but he'd already made the play, and they've got it at the 35.
Not all DBs make the play at the end, right? They can bat the ball down, they can be in position, but they don't really secure the football. Great job by the DB securing the football and forcing the turnover.
Texas State gets the football back, and here comes the offense. Jesse, they had to kick a field goal the last time they had it.
Yeah, and oftentimes early in games, you're just trying to find your rhythm. Some things work, some don't on that first drive, David. It'd be interesting to see what happens here in the second drive.
Yeah, you got a feel for the defense now. You understand what they're trying to do, what their game plan is. Now you get to go into phase 2 of your game plan.
The give to the back. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Lining up, trying to convert this 3rd and short from the 40. From the gun, wants to pass. And the pressure gets to him. Down goes the quarterback.
And it's been a long day. I mean, there's not much to point out that this offense has done well. They're behind huge, and they got no shot if they can't somehow find a way to protect their quarterback.
The Bobcats line up to punt it away. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. They'll put that return to a stop at the 33, but the offense set up in pretty good field position. San Jose State has the ball and ready to go on the attack. He's going to pass. And the pass is intercepted. Just a really nice play. Not a lot on the return, but that's all right when you hand it to your offense at the 42.
Well, the defense comes away with the pick there with their nickel personnel. And I think moving forward, if you're on offense, when you see that personnel on the field, you want to run the ball against it because you got smaller guys out there. Or if you're going to throw, think about quick screens outside when you have tight ends flexed on the perimeter, bigger bodies blocking smaller guys.
And he has a solid gain before the defense bottles him up. After the productive first down play at 2nd and 6. He's looking to throw. Dumps it to the back. And it'll be incomplete. This defense is physical in pass deep. Couldn't find his man last time, and that leaves him with a 3rd and 6. Get it out on the screen. And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the first down. And the Bobcats come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Going up top on first down. Unloads to the wideout. Or did he find a hole in that secondary? He's there to make the stop, but not before he sets up this offense. 1st and goal from the 7. They'll try to get it in with the run. He steps and powers and works his way. They finally get him down at the 2. Defense trying to come up with a stop on 2nd and goal. Power ahead. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, Texas State. Follow the blockers. The offensive line will take you to the hallelujah land.
And I tell you what, most of the time, Reese, it requires a little bit of skill to find that hole and, slither through a little crack. That was not a crack. That was wide open. Didn't take a lot of vision because the blocking was outstanding.
And the extra point was good to finish things off. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays and finished the deal with the short touchdown run from the 2. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Guys, this San Jose State offense trying to get this ball moving. Quick strike complete. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there, still a bit short of the first down. Got the completion on the last play, still some work to do on 2nd down. Looking downfield, it's Adams. He's got his man. That one could really put this drive into high gear as they have a first down at the 37. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll run it out of the shotgun. 1-step wrap, 2-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line, 2nd and 7. Out of the gun, they give to the back. And they'll finally get him down after a terrific pickup. He's got 99 yards on the ground, and that's just another routine day for this guy who's been among the nation's leaders in rushing all season long. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. They've been running it, but now the pass. Touchdown, San Jose State! And the pummeling has started. This is his personal resume reel, trying to win the Bolitnikoff Award or something.
Highlight after highlight after highlight. He's going to go to social media. He's going to post these. Hey, a lot of likes, a lot of love, a lot of shares with those plays.
Getting set for the point after. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And they cover the final 54 yards with the explosive play in the passing game for 6. And they thought about a return, then thought better of it. They'll bring it out to the 25. Texas State has the football back, and they'll go on offense. The last time they had it, they took it down the field for a touchdown. They can build some confidence that they could go back-to-back scoring drives here.
Yeah, and remember, it's not uncommon for offenses to find themselves as the game goes on. They had some things not go their way early, but they found something last drive, David. Let's see if they can build on it.
Yeah, you just pick and pick and pick until you find that place where you're like, okay, this is an advantage I have. They've clearly found that dude. They score here, we're in for a ball game.
At the 41-yard line. First down for the offense.
And you want to talk about his favorite receiver, it might be everybody based on the number of guys getting touches and a chance to show off their hands in the passing game. So will the beatdown continue, or is this a comeback for the ages in store? We'll see as we start the 4th. He wants to throw. Fires to the wideout. He's got it. Plenty of room on that play, and they find their way to the 36. His offense lines up feeling awfully good after that big play. Coming after him. And the quarterback runs out of time, and down he goes at the 38.
How nice is it as a defense when you can drop 7 guys into coverage, only rush 4, and still get home? That makes you feel good if you're the D coordinator.
We'll see if they can get a little better protection after the sack. It's 2nd and 12. Back to pass, it's Blue. Pocket starts to collapse. Going to try to get it himself. Picks up the first down and gets down to avoid contact. The Bobcats come to the line with a new set of downs. Looking to go up top on first down. Trying to escape and get it himself. What a nifty run there to pick up the first down. And the Bobcats have moved it inside the 20. Wide out in motion. Trying to find his man on first down. He's got it and still on his feet. That completion takes them down to the 7-yard line, and they are ready to strike. Running back searching for a hole. He'll be brought down at the 5-yard line, and this defense is on its heels. They'd love to pick up this third down and get a fresh set with 1st and goal. Quarterback doing what he does best. He can move. And he will be sacked at the 6-yard line.
That defender is a matchup nightmare for any offensive lineman to block. He's got athleticism, he's got length, he's got flexibility. He put it all on display on that sack.
There is no point in a field goal here, so the offense stays on the field on 4th down. He'll try to throw and pick up the first down. And they got him. A sack denies the try to convert on 4th down.
Man, that's just a play the quarterback can't make. 4th down by the goal line. That ball's got to find its way in the end zone somehow, some way. You simply cannot take a sack. I know it's difficult. The defense is bearing down on you, but you've got to be able to negotiate that throw and at least give somebody a chance in the end zone.
Let's see if this offense can get out of a hole as they start this drive at their own 8. The running back has it. Did everything he could to discard the tacklers, but he was just able to get back to where he started. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. He's got it again. Finding open areas. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up.
Yeah, this offense has had their way with this defense, and they've had a lot of success. And I tell you what, if this defense wants any chance of coming back, they better get physical and stop the run, because right now, this offense is having their way.
He gets those chains moving, gets it out to the 42-yard line. Leaves it with the back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. Now the play fake. Got it in the middle. It's Jolly. They make the stop, but this passing game does some damage, and they move the sticks with the first down. Give to the back. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After that last loss, it's 2nd and 12. They'll go right back to the run. And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts him down. They'll need to get this one to the 31 here on 3rd down. Back to pass, it's Adams. Lets it fly deep downfield. Right through his hands. He had a touchdown and just didn't look the ball in. It'll be 4th down. And the punt goes out of bounds. We'll see where the officials spot it, but they certainly gave him no opportunity for a return. They're going to open this drive with a pass. Fakes his man out. A 7-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and 3. He's looking to throw. Getting some heat. And down he goes back at the 3.
How about this defense? No mercy. Like, listen, I know we're up big, but they are still hunting, still flying around, still chasing, still making life really miserable for this offense.
This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop, and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. The give to the tailback. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. The Bobcats decide to punt it away. So from the shadow of his goalpost, he gets the punt away. Boy, that seemed to be prime return territory. Instead, he'll make the fair catch. The San Jose State offense is back on the field. From the gun, running back gets to give. After the pickup of 9, it's 2nd and 1. After the good pickup on first down, let's see if they keep it on the ground. They'll leave it with him. They get him on the ground, but not before he gets enough for the first down. Now on first down from the 30. From the shotgun, they'll run it. And a 9-yard gain on first down leaves him with 2nd and short. They've got him looking run. Now they're going to throw it. Fires to the right. Touchdown, Spartans! And the stomping has commenced. They are finishing the deal, building the lead here in the 4th, and they are going to go to 7-0.
Points, points, and more points. This offense has had their way. They just keep their foot on the gas, keep putting up points, keep putting up touchdowns. And you know what? This is one of those stats days. You look back and you're like, that guy had 12 touchdowns on the year. Well, 4 or 5 of them might have been in this game.
And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
All right, guys, want to update you on a game that went final moments ago. Purdue managed to avoid a bitter defeat by scratching out a narrow victory. This wasn't the blowout some around West Lafayette had hoped for, but it sure beats the alternative. 60 minutes of football and a convincing outcome, and certainly a game with implications far beyond just the standings, fellas.
Hey, Kevin Connors, keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Sounds like they had a good one there. Using the back as a receiver on the screen. At the 45, on his way. They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. The short hands, it's Lopez. They get him down after he makes the catch. Now here on 2nd down, see if they keep tossing it around. They keep attacking through the air. Finds his tight end. Tackle was made after the first down. And the Bobcats had this offense rolling. Dropping back, it's Blue. Throws to the tight end. Got him downfield. And he almost ran away from everybody on that one. A huge pickup on that play. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. The Bobcats will have it 1st and 10. Using his legs, it's Lopez. Tough running this deep in the red zone. He's got 4 down to the 11. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. He'll pull it on the read. Able to pick his way forward for a decent game before the defense gets him down. Not a lot of ground to cover and not much to defend. A big 3rd down in the red zone. He caught it. He stopped almost immediately. He didn't get much, but he didn't need much. They've got the first down. On the doorstep of cashing it in for the offense. Turning to the running game on 1st and goal. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a 2nd and long coming. Tight end finds a soft spot. They'll mark him down at the 2. The excellent execution on that throw and catch. Trying to surge it in. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Texas State.
Texas State.
And this has been a rough day for this offense, and finally, some good things to happen. Build some momentum maybe for the future. You know, that's the way the coaches spin it when you're getting beat up and you're getting destroyed. Like, listen, let's find something for the future. Let's keep fighting. Let's keep working. This team's done that, put some points on the board, so it's not all bad.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And it's up and good. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. He'll start the return inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. 3 tight ends in the formation on 1st and 10. He leaves it with his back. They'll knock him down after a pickup of 1 to the 18. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. They'll keep it on the ground. The clock is on their side. Just what they were looking for to get this drive rolling. They're out to the 35. Offense getting set for 1st down. The run from the shotgun. And the freshman does a great job using his technique and getting the man on the ground. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. Keeping it on the ground with the running back. Pretty good effort on that one to work his way up to the 42. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense will be quite content just to drain the rest of the time away. To the ground to try to move the chains. They thought they could just run it on 3rd and short, but this defense was there to make the stop. And the Spartans will bring the punt team onto the field. They'll look to pin them deep. Boy, they had a chance to track that thing down, but it bounces into the end zone for a touchback. Texas State gets the football back, and here comes the offense. This thing got out of hand on them, but they'll try to finish with some pride here.
And this one was a beatdown. And there's nothing you can do about it because this one's over. Jesse, now we got to start progressing for next week for the rest of this season so we don't let one bad game turn into 2.
Yeah, they're
just flying through the air like a superhero to make the grab. Now they'll line it up from the 44 on 1st and 10. He's looking to throw it. He's going to take off. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on 1st down. After the misfire, it's 2nd down. Dropping back, it's Blue. They're trying to get to it. And he was hit just as he released it, and it falls to the turf. A chance to sort of put the defense on its heels if you convert a 3rd and long. Just lost one deep down the right side. And they wanted it all on 3rd down, but now dealing with 4th down. And the Bobcats will line up to punt it away. Looking for a block. It's Jolly. They'll get down and put a stop to this return. They'll mark it at the 32. San Jose State has the ball and ready to go on the attack. Time is short. Defense still has 3 timeouts, but it's a mountain in front of them, Jesse.
Yeah, the worst-case scenario now for this offense is victory formation, victory formation, victory formation, punt, win the game, dude.
No doubt about it. When you're up 2+ possessions, there's no way for the defense to get back in the game. So take a knee, get out of here with the dub.
When you hit this point in the season, week 7, you sort of turn the corner, and you remain unbeaten at this point, you've morphed into a championship contender.
Yes, but you don't want to peek too far ahead, Reese. You kind of want to be like, nothing to see here, just move on. We haven't accomplished what we wanted yet. We haven't accomplished what we set out to do. It's week 7. I know you guys got bigger hopes and bigger dreams than just being to week 7 and being undefeated.
And guys, I've been really impressed with this team because they just seemed to always have an identity. From the very beginning of the year, they knew who they were, they knew what they were going to go out and try to accomplish and how they wanted to dominate teams. And they've been able to do that to this point. So, David, to your point, just keep getting better every single week moving ahead. And this team could be in the college football playoff discussion.
That's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, our entire broadcast team, I'm Reese Davis. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football. Welcome to Tallahassee, Florida, and Doak Campbell Stadium, home to some great Heisman Trophy winners, legendary coaches, and today the Seminole War Chant will be rocking this place. This game today could be an inflection point for both of these teams, as each hoping to use it as a springboard to get into the top 25. As we'll see a squad from the ACC, the Louisville Cardinals, taking on a fellow ACC opponent, the Florida State Seminoles. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Reese Davis, joined here in the booth by David Pollack and Palmer. And guys, let's get this thing started. The Seminoles will get us underway with the opening kickoff. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. So Louisville's offense will take the first swing of the game. And this guy feels like a throwback. Back in the day, the running backs were always the stars. This guy fits that mold.
And he can do a lot of different things, too. He's not a one-trick pony. This guy can tote the rock. He can catch the ball. He can block. We might even see him throw the ball in this game. This is a jack of all trades.
The Cardinals will hustle to the line. To the air, it's Hussein. Quarterback needs to make a better throw there. Incomplete. This crowd bringing the energy and noise early. 3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. Spits it out to the back. It's complete. And they wrap him up, but not before he gets enough on the catch for the first down.
Defense has to do a better job affecting the quarterback, guys, on money downs. 3rd down, you've got to be able to affect him, and the pass pro that time was just way too good.
Pressure coming. And the defense is all over the quarterback, and down he goes.
Man, come on now, O-line. You got to take care of your quarterback. He takes care of you. He's the one who takes you to meals. He's the one to get you those NIL deals. Everything happens through your quarterback. You got to keep him upright. That is your #1 priority.
They'll try to keep that sack from wrecking this drive here on 2nd and 15. Keeps it on the bootleg, looking to throw. Moving, keeping the eyes downfield. And this defense has maxed out this pressure. Another sack.
And when you get this far behind the chains and it's a guaranteed passing situation, defensive linemen go to work. That's what we do. We want to get sacks. We want to rush the quarterback, especially in known situations like this. That's why the quarterback tasted that dirt.
And we might as well state the obvious. 1st and 2nd down didn't work out. 3rd and very long. Trying to get to it. And they can't make the connection on 3rd down. And the Cardinals will send out the punt unit. Getting our first look of the afternoon at the punter. Now on the return. That's a perfect example of not settling for a fair catch. Pick up whatever yardage you can and help out the offense. So the Florida State Seminoles offense will get the ball for the first time. Here are our impact players for this game, and it goes beyond executing an assignment to make an impact in the game.
Yeah, obviously we were talking to both coaching staffs this week, and we asked them who needs to step up and play well. They immediately pointed to these guys right here. They are the key for their respective teams.
Yeah, and they don't always show up in the box score, but these are the guys that are the leaders. These are the guys getting everybody organized and have to play well for their team to succeed.
It's 3rd down, and they have to get it to the 42 to move the sticks. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Back to throw, it's Gadecki. Got his man on the right. And the completion gives him a fresh set of downs and keeps this drive moving. The Noles will snap it on 1st and 10. The pull and throw off the RPO. Didn't pick up a lot there, moved it forward just a few. This offense has a 2nd down play. He'll just keep slinging it. Got his man. Makes the grab and knock down, and he's got it at the 25-yard line. And the Seminoles are moving quickly down the field. Comes out throwing on first down. Can't find his man as he took a shot trying to deliver that football, and it'll be second down. Misfired on the last play. They'll go back to the air. He's got it. Touchdown, no! Reeled it in and just made the house call.
And what a nice start for this offense. The throw game getting working, getting the touchdown pass. This quarterback getting a little bit of confidence. This passing game getting in a rhythm. Nice start for this offense.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point is good, and it's 7-0. That last drive covered 52 yards on their way to the score. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. And the return man showing great vision to be able to find some space and put his team in much better field position. They're going to throw it to start the drive. Excellent coverage and good use of the hands to knock it away. The incomplete pass leaves him with second down. To throw, it's Hussein. And that's going to fall to the ground incomplete. That was a physical matchup there. Third down coming. Here's the snap, itching to fire downfield. A little screen to the running back.
Really nice job by the defense there. You're trying to force the quarterback to throw the football in front of you and allow your guys to square up and make a tackle out in space. You got to force the ball carrier to do something special after the catch. Not able to do it there, so really nice tactic by the defense.
The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Finds a soft spot in the middle. Now they've got even more breathing room out to the 31 and a fresh set of downs. Caught behind the line. It's Westbrook. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. Tried to pound it on first down, now back to the line. The RPO, it's complete. And they'll bring him down, but not before he picks up the first down. He'll do it himself. Still on his feet at the 45. And he'll pick up the first down after a tough run there. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. From the gun, leaves it on the inside with the back. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After losing yardage, it's 2nd and 12. He's looking to throw. Unloads it left. And he really needed to hold on to that one, but it was not loose, and third down is coming. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. Got it set up on the outside. Defense was not fooled by that screen to the back, and they'll stop him short of the marker. It'll be fourth down. They would have needed a 50-yard field goal from here, so instead they'll keep the offense out there and go for it. They stop him short of the marker, and they'll turn it over on downs. Line gets set, first down. To the air, it's Hussein. Now he's going to glide away from pressure. The quarterback scrambled around, but the defense able to scramble him and turn it into a sack.
And anytime you hit the quarterback, man, you make him think, you speed up the processor a little bit, and that's the third on the day. This is a unit, actually, that does a good job of that. They're the top 25 in the country at getting the quarterback on the ground.
Pushes ahead for a couple. They'll mark it at the 33. The Cardinals racing to the line in the hurry-up. On third down, he drops to throw. And here's a fumble way behind the line. Defense coming up with a huge fumble recovery. And he's brought down, and this defense gets the ball back for its own.
Those are hard for offensive linemen when they get beat. You're going, no, look out for your blind side, watch out. But great job rushing the quarterback, getting him on the ground, and getting the football out. A little extra bonus. Nice job by the defense getting nasty.
Got guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. There have been a couple of missed opportunities for these offenses in the last couple of drives, Jesse.
And I think for the...
He snares it in the end zone. Touchdown, Florida State.
That is exactly what most offenses will do. Big momentum play. My defense creates a turnover. I'm being aggressive. I'm going for the big score, the big play down the field. They get rewarded. They get the big passing touchdown.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And the extra point makes it 14-0. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
A lot of eyeballs on your game, guys, and a few on this interesting matchup as well. UCLA is in the unusual position of having to come from behind right now, but there's not a soul who doesn't believe they can't pull this off. They're trailing by just 4 to Washington. We'll circle back if anything changes in this exciting college football matchup.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. To the air, it's Hussein. He's moving out of the pocket. Quarterback tried to scramble around for a while, but the defense able to bring him down. On 3rd and long, trying to have a big completion here. Trying to make magic on the scramble. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the first down, and he slides in safely. And the Cardinals come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Wants to throw on 1st down. He makes a catch. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep him from getting the 1st down.
Listen, QBs and wide receivers got to be on the same page. And you got to know when to throw that curl route. It's got to be on time, right when the wide receiver breaks so the DB can't catch up. Nice job, QB and wide receiver, being on the same page, getting some positive yards.
Leaves it with the back. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. The Cardinals headed quickly to the line. From the gun on 3rd down. They're working that left side. And he's going to be just short of the 1st down. It's going to bring up a decision for this coach. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Jesse, a very productive drive last time wound up with a touchdown.
Yeah, mixing and matching play calling really well. Nice balance on that last one, Dave. We'll see what they can do here in this next drive.
Yeah, and I don't expect anything different. When you put together a drive like that, I would do more of the same. Keep the pace, keep it going.
They get him down at the 49, but not before he picks up 15. It'll be a 1st down from the 49-yard line. Wants to throw. It's Gadecki. Finds the tight end. They'll rip off 8 on that play. It's 2nd and 2. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. Continues to fight for yards. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a 1st down. Takes this handoff and headed to the right. They pull him down after a 4-yard gain down to the 24. Solid pickup of 4 on 1st down. It's 2nd and 6. Off the play fake. Under heavy pressure, lets it fly. Oh, man, he almost picked that one off in the end zone. Instead, it'll be 3rd down. Looking to throw. They'll run the screen. Makes one man miss. Makes the grab, and it's enough for the 1st down before he's dragged to the ground. And the Noles have taken it inside the 20. From the red zone, looking for a man. Almost intercepted. They took a shot on 1st down and just about turned the thing over. Now on 2nd down after the incompletion. Looking for space. It's Battle. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Ninth play of the drive coming up, but this one will be tough. 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Gets down with the slide. And the field goal unit is on the field.
Number 16 on the field goal.
Never a doubt. And now the lead is extended a little further.
And 3 more on the board, and this kicker is starting to get a reputation starting off the season. Hasn't missed yet. Nice to have a guy that you can really, really depend on.
After putting up a 3-spot, the kickoff unit set to go. From inside the 10, here he comes. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. Louisville has it back in the offense, coming out ready to attack. Working that left side now. He's brought down, solid pickup, but a little bit short of the first down. And the Cardinals want to move quickly.
Brings up 2nd down.
Wide receiver now comes in motion. Here comes the jet sweep. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. You got to think they'll try to muscle their way forward on 3rd and short from the 29. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. They'll try to run for it. At the 40, there he goes. Such a big part to convert these 3rd downs, and they've got it at the 42.
And here we go. If you're an offense, you got to get that ground game going so you can have some balance, and then you give it to your quarterback, Palmer, and let him make some plays down the field later on.
Yeah, exactly. And then coming into this game, this offense knew they were going to have to some way, somehow, at least establish a semblance of a running game for exactly what you just said. You got to be able to use play-action pass later in this game to get some explosive plays down the field, and it's a play like that we just saw, which can help them get that going.
The Cardinals are moving quickly down the field. That was just a perfectly choreographed screen. The line got out on time. The running back had a wall in front of it.
And I think the quarterback did a really good job of selling pass and then kind of dodging the pass rush, getting it to the running back, and then let him do the rest. You got him in space, he'll pick up yards in a hurry.
Looking for a man, it's Hussein. Finds his big tight end. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the first down. Love the way he didn't just run to a spot. He found the cushion in the zone and got himself open for the first down.
Yeah, and you're taught to find that space. Don't run right into a zone defender who's sitting there looking at the quarterback and looking at you. So much creativity with routes now and being able to just have subtle moves one way, come back the other way. Nice job by the tight end finding that hole in the zone.
That's a great example of the defense there tackling the catch. As soon as the big fella caught the ball, down he went, not picking up the first.
He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. So close to cashing it in for this offense. From the gun. He's got it. And he wanted to score badly, but the defense wrestles him down at the 2. We'll see if the offense can punch it in on 2nd and goal. He's looking to throw. He's got him in the flat. And he was pushing for that goal line, but the D stopped him at the 2. As they get set to snap it, time winding down here in the quarter. They'll run it. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Cardinals! And the offense finds a way to cut into this lead, but they still have plenty of work to do.
They do, but that's a big score. You don't want to get late and start getting in the second half when you're fighting to come back by so many points. So great job getting points, get that momentum back on your side so you can come out and do some good things when you get the ball next time.
On to attempt the try.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
And with the extra point, they close to within 10, down 17-7. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
17, Louisville, 7.
From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. And they'll get off one more play before the end of the quarter. Looking to move it through the air. Throws to the back. Makes the grab on the left. There to make the tackle, and that's how we'll wrap up this first period. We have the early makings of a quarterback duel, as these stats will show you. Now the challenge here, they've taken a punch, but they can't let it get out of hand as we start the second. They'll throw it on first down. Finds his man in the middle. There to make the tackle, but the big throw is good enough to give him a first down. Fresh set of downs after the completion. Looking for room. It's Battle. Really putting together a threat now. They get the first. It's at the 37. The Seminoles come to the line with a new set of downs. They're going to ride this running back. He's there to make the stop. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. Handoff to the lone back. All the way down to the 25-yard line. They move the sticks. It's first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Trying to surprise him with the pass. He looks that one in nicely. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few. The Seminoles are in the red zone. Looking downfield. It's Gadecki. Looking to the big tight end. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. So close to that end zone. He could almost taste it, but it'll be 1st and goal for this offense.
How about this offense? They're rolling. They got a couple first downs together. Defense. Next, what's your response? What do you got? You got to make some adjustments here.
The Seminoles have it in scoring position on 1st and goal. Trying to punch it in. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Can the D deny them on 2nd and goal?
Brings up 2nd and goal.
Tries again to get it in. They get him on the ground at the 3-yard line, but this defense is taking some punches. They relentlessly move forward. Now it's getting down to cases. 3rd and goal. Now improvising. He was thinking touchdown on the scramble, but they're able to stop him short of the end zone. And the offense doesn't bat an eye. They'll stay on the field and try to score from the 1 on 4th down. The incomplete pass makes this series end in frustration as they turn it over on downs. Listen to this crowd just shaking the girders of this place trying to help their defense.
And the running back didn't get much there. Nice job by the defense. You can tell they're focused in on this running back, on this run game, being physical, getting knockbacks, and limiting his carries.
Power football with the run. Couldn't fight his way out of his grasp. And the Cardinals in the hurry-up. They'll try the run. And the defense is swarming to keep him from getting to the first down. The Cardinals will punt it away on 4th down. 4th time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. Makes the catch around the 50. Returns like that are why you don't settle for the fair catch if you don't have to. Picks up just a little bit of yards to help out the O. Red pass, it's complete. They make the stop after the catch and still some work to do to pick up that first down. And on 2nd down for this offense. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. Nice move to pick up yardage. And he'll race it to the house. Touchdown, Seminoles. No midseason concentration lapse here in Week 7 as they push out that lead.
Man, we know football gets harder when you start to get in the red zone and the field shrinks. Who needs that? Break the long touchdown run. Nice job by the back, seeing the hole, exploding through, getting a long touchdown run.
And it looks as if they've buzzed down. Replay wants to have another peek at that last play. So the officials take a closer look, and the replay booth will overturn the call. Powers forward. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, Knowles!
Down in tight to the goal line, you saw some good movement up front by the offensive line, getting a push and giving that running back a chance.
They'll try to add another to their lead. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Gentlemen, let's take a look at what's happening in this exciting college football game. UCLA is just getting blown right out of the Rose Bowl today. And while scorned Pac-12 fans might have no problem with that, this will not sit well with that fan base. They're trailing by 25 to Washington. We'll circle back if anything big happens in this college football matchup.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. They'll run it to the right. Knocked down at the 31 after a gain of 5. It's 1st and 10 from the 31. Might as well give it to him again. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. And the Cardinals come to the line in the hurry-up. Scanning the field, it's Hussein. Quickly out to the tight end. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the first. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. It's complete. And they stop him just short of the stick. It'll bring up a decision on 4th down. The Cardinals will punt this one away. They may have to pay him overtime. He's punting for the 5th time today. Couldn't get away from that cover team, and they've got him down at the 23. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. Oh, he's looking to throw. It falls incomplete. How about the trickeration on 1st down that just goes awry? After the misfire, now on 2nd down. Lofts one high and deep. And it slips through his fingers, incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have squeezed it. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. And they can't hook up on the big play, and that brings up a 4th down. And the Seminoles will try to pin them back with the punt. He only needs a sliver of daylight. They'll put a stop to that return at about the 37-yard line. Offense in a bunch formation. He'll come out throwing on 1st down. It's complete to the left. Found enough room to get it into enemy territory. They're down at the 43-yard line. A 1st down for the offense.
Zone coverage means everybody's looking at the quarterback. So now, when I'm a wide receiver, I got to make sure I know I fit in the hole between these zones. I know where they're dropping to, and I know where I need to get to. Great job by the wide receiver finding that hole, and the quarterback going straight.
They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that 1st down marker. Looking to throw, it's Hussein. Just a bit of a misfire there as they can't make the connection. Ball at the 38. The defense will try to get a stop on 3rd and short. The aerial assault continues. Makes his connection. He's all the way down to the 27-yard line, and they are threatening. And the Cardinals moving quickly to the line.
He's been a matchup problem all season long. Defenses just don't know how to solve the puzzle. And with that last catch, over 500 yards receiving now on the year for him.
They make the stop right there. Good pickup. It's still short of the first down. On 2nd down, they'll take to the air. Hines is back in the middle. And the defense able to drag him down, but not before. They'll recycle that down marker. The Cardinals getting set on 1st and 10. Handoff to the single back. And he waltzes in for the score. Touchdown, Louisville! Big-time touchdown there to get some much-needed momentum.
You got to find something, right? Who you going to go to make that big play to get you back into it? You're not back in it yet. It's not tied. You're not there yet, but you're starting to inch back into it and get some momentum going.
Ready to try the point after. And with the extra point, every little bit counts as they get closer. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
24, 14.
And he'll bring it out of the end zone. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. On the move, it's Battle. Out across the 20 to the 21-yard line, a 3-yard gain. Got 3 on 1st down at 2nd and 7. Off the bootleg, wants to throw it. Steps to his left, out of the pocket. Just broke the tackle and still on his feet. And he'll finally slide after the long run. I'm not sure if he wanted to avoid the hit or he just got tired. How about this dude going off script for the Noles? Not necessarily known for his running ability.
Hey, make plays when they're there, right? I think that's one of the most important qualities of a quarterback is being able to make the right decision at the right time. And listen, they've had some great ones at Florida State. Looking for that next great one to take them over the top.
From the gun, give on the inside. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. A 3rd and long coming up here. Back to throw, it's Gadecki. They're working that left side. And a nice grab there. Big pickup down to the 35-yard line. From the gun to give, looking for room. Productive 4-yard gain there on the ground as he gets it down to the 31. After the productive 1st down play at 2nd and 6. One back in the backfield, and they'll give it to him. He showed it all there, a little elusiveness, a little power, and he's got the 1st down. The Noles have pushed it inside the 20. To the ground with the back. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Lost yardage leaves them looking at 2nd and 14. Throws to the wideout. And the pass is incomplete thanks to a big hit. Quite a bit of work to do on 3rd down from the 23, and this D would love to force a field goal try. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. He'll get that one all the way down to the 4-yard line before he stops. And the Seminoles have it with a 1st and goal. Wants to go up top. Feeling some heat. Using his legs to buy some time. And he sprints to the end zone. Touchdown, Florida State. They thought maybe they could contain him. They thought wrong.
They did, and don't call him a quarterback anymore. Just call these guys skill players. I mean, so fast, you could tell the angles just get chewed up. You think you got a chance to catch him. Tell you what, put that in your back pocket. Understand, that guy can fly. I better make sure I take the proper angles when I'm chasing him.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
31.
Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. The Louisville offense is headed back out on the field. From the shotgun, the inside give. After giving up that score, now it's incumbent on this offense to kind of get a back and forth going, Jesse, in this game.
They got to put some points on the board here. There's obviously a lot of football to go, so it's not necessarily panic time just yet, but I'm getting the ball into the hands of my best playmakers in this game.
I hear you, Jesse, but not panic time. Have you seen my defense? I mean, I'm not trusting them to get a lot of stops, so it puts a lot of pressure on this offense.
Back to throw, it's Hussein. Steps away to find some room. And the quarterback goes down at the 11-yard line.
You can just see the excitement this defense has every play. They're almost wishing this quarterback drops back to throw because they know they're going to get home to him. That's the 6th time they've registered a sack.
And the Cardinals will call on their punt team. 3 and out and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. Take the return out of the equation in this rainy weather. Fair catch is signaled for and made. First down here with time for maybe one more play until the 2-minute warning. Grab behind the line. It's Westbrook. And not much doing there as that defense runs him out of bounds. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and they will try to build on what has already been a dominant first-half performance. Unloads to the wideout. Got his man to the left. And this defense's head is spinning. He gets it down to the 27.
Man, this offense is so dangerous, Reese. They've got dudes all over the field that can make plays. There's a big gainer in the pass game.
You get a chunk of yards like that, now the defense is really on its heels. Now adjusting. Good run on the play, and he slides to avoid the hit. And the Noles with the 1st and 10. Looking to pass inside the red zone. Couldn't quite hang on to the pick, and he will be thinking about that one for a long time. They'll go back to the air on 2nd down. And makes the grab in the end zone. Touchdown, Seminoles.
This offense is really dangerous because of the weapons they have on the perimeter of the field, and you're seeing they go to these guys early, and they try to give them opportunities in one-on-one situations and vertically down the field. 2 passing touchdowns now early for this offense.
And let's hold on just a minute here as the officials are going to have a second look. And the play will stand after the replay booth just does a little double-checking to make sure. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Dynamite matchup today, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. UCLA is getting whooped today, and at some point this comes down to preparation. Are you prepared to play? Clearly the answer today is a big fat no. They're trailing by 36 to Washington. Just another week of college football where we've come to expect the unexpected. Fellas?
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. We'll repeat the previous down, but this time the offense has 10 more yards it has to cover. Looking for a man. It's Hussein. They're bringing heat. And that's just a flat misfire, not even close to his receiver. Dealing with a 2nd and 10 from the 20. He's looking to throw. They've got the screen set up. Finds a crease at the 20.
I want to get my running backs the ball in space as much as possible. And sometimes it doesn't work in the running game, but I can throw it to him. I can try to create some space out wide, dump him the football, let him make some catches, and see if I can't get some big plays out of him.
Oh, he can't hang on. Almost had the interception, and this guy makes so many big plays, but couldn't come up with that one. It'll be 4th down. He'll call for the fair catch here. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. They've got some time to work with here, Jesse, and if they get a 1st down, they might really get aggressive.
I'd be aggressive right out of the gate. I'd be throwing for a 1st down. If I get it, then it's pedal to the metal. I'm in that 2-minute mode to try to score a touchdown or get a field goal.
But I do think this is a situation where you also have to understand that I have the lead going into the half. I've got the momentum, so don't do anything stupid here.
He'll pull it down and run. And he scoops his way to the 1st down and then slides to avoid the hit. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll throw it on 1st down. Quickly to the tight end. And he goes out of bounds after coming up with positive yardage there. Here comes the offense on 2nd down. Really putting together a throw now. They get the 1st. It's at the 37. The offense calls timeout. It's the 2nd one they've used this half. It's 1st down from the 37-yard line. He's going to pass. Fires to the big fella. Just making a play, getting it to the 23-yard line. It'll be 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Looking to throw, it's Gadecki. Working the middle of the field, and it's complete. And the big fella couldn't elude the cornerback who makes a sure tackle. On 2nd down, he'll let it fly. Working that left side now. And he'll be taken down, but he does have enough for the 1st down. They'll use a timeout right before halftime. Maybe time for 1 or 2 more plays. And here comes the field goal unit. He splits the uprights and puts 3 on the board. And they'll push that lead out a little further.
How great is it to know that if you can get the ball down somewhere close to the 40-yard line on your opponent's side of the field, you're walking away with at least 3 points because this dude is automatic.
That late in the half field goal always gives you a little boost going to the locker room, and they'll need to finish off these final few seconds and not allow them to answer. From inside his own 15, let's see how far he can get. And the returner goes down. That's going to wrap up the 1st half here, and now we join Kevin with the halftime update.
And it should come as no surprise we have ourselves a fun matchup in Tallahassee. And we've got to start our halftime breakdown with this superstar running back. His elusiveness, his raw power. This young man is the total package. And his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield is a differentiator. A lot of guys can hit the hole. This kid can hit the hole and hit the home run in the passing game. With that said, let's send it back to the guys at Doak Campbell Stadium.
Kickoff team has the ball teed up, and they're about ready to go. And he takes this from inside the 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. Trying to set the tone with the run. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Not what they had in mind to start this drive. Here comes 2nd and 13. He'll keep it himself. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. And the running game has collapsed so far on this drive, and now it's 3rd down. Throws to the wideout. A strike downfield. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. The Seminoles will snap it on 1st and 10. Looking to pass. It's Gadecki. And the defense gets to the quarterback.
And listen, the quarterback drops back, and he's going through his progressions. We see zone, but just couldn't do anything about it. This defensive line, this pressure, getting to the quarterback, getting him on the ground.
That sack gets this offense behind the chains. It's 2nd down. Quarterback on the keeper. And maybe they want to try somewhere else because there is nothing doing in the middle of this defense. On 3rd and long, no secret what he needs here. He'll pull it down. He gets the job done, picking up the first down, then getting down. The Seminoles are on the move. Coming out on 1st down with the play fake. Crosses the 30, he's got a lane. He turns this into a nice game and gets down to avoid the hit. From the 25-yard line, it's 1st and 10. They'll switch it up here and look to throw. Quickly complete. He's run out of bounds, but not before turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a 1st down. Trying to run, it's Madden. Here it is trying to bash it forward. He got a couple. It's down at the 11. Going to work in the red zone. They can't pick up the 1st down without getting it into the end zone. Looking to scramble. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the hit. A nifty pickup there. Boy, they'd love to move the sticks here and take a shot at it on 1st and goal. On 3rd and short, they'll try to convert through the air. And he really wanted to get the touchdown there, but it's incomplete. So this field goal unit has been getting the job done. They've already made a couple here today. It's good. And they just tack on a little more to this gargantuan lead.
And he knocks another one through. And how about this kick? A good way to start off your season, right? Like, what do you have at the spot? Sometimes you don't know. Can he make those kicks? Starting off, hasn't missed one yet. Been very dependable for this squad.
They keep pushing that lead out, and the kickoff team's getting some work. Here's the return from inside his 10. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. Louisville has it back in the offense, coming out ready to attack. The last time we saw this offense, we had to look quick. It was a 3-and-out, Jesse.
He just had no rhythm in that last drive. So someone's going to have to step up and make a play, David, and get this thing going.
Yeah, let's find some juice. Find your guy. Find those plays that you know you can run inside out, forward, backwards. Get some 1st downs. Get some positive momentum.
They'll mark him down at the 37. It's a 10-yard gain. They've got it at the 37. It's 1st and 10. To the air. It's Hussein. And he fires a dirt ball. Man, oh man, would he like to have that pass back. Back to the line after the incompletion. 2nd and 10 from the 37. They'll run it. Running with power. And that spin move kept the play alive and let this guy pick up a few extra yards. This defense will try to force a 4th down on 3rd and short from the 45. They'll try to get it through the air. Grabs it in the middle. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. To the air on 1st down. Fires to the big fella. Excellent job working through the air there, finding a hole in that defense and picking up a 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Going up top on 1st down. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. They'll go to the ground. Nice move. Create some space. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a 1st down for this offense. They'll give it to the back. They'll finally get him stopped at the 1-yard line. What a run there. The Cardinals trying to get a touchdown on 1st and goal. Here's the snap, looking to throw. It falls incomplete. He was trying to find his man for 6. They'll try it again from the 1 on 2nd and goal. He'll run it to the right, looking for the goal line. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Cardinals.
You know, this guy's had a big role in this offense this year, especially when they get down close to the end zone. That's his 5th rushing touchdown on the year. He's been a factor for these guys offensively.
The AT unit on the field. Splits the uprights. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. UCLA is just getting blown right out of the Rose Bowl today. And while scorned Pac-12 fans might have no problem with that, this will not sit well with that fan base.
Off the play fake on first down. He's got an open man. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up. Perfect play call for that big gain to open the drive. Now here they come on 1st and 10.
Maybe that stop is a good sign for this defense. Maybe the defense is starting to figure it out. Obviously, offense has been running the football with so much success. Something has to change. That was a good start.
The throw to the outside is complete. He puts him in business across the 50 into the 46-yard line. It'll be 1st down. From the gun, running back on the move. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. Dropping back, it's Gadecki. He just got rid of that one to save the down. Didn't see anything he liked. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Bought a little time, lets it go. Complete and looking for enough for the 1st down. The Seminoles send out the punt unit. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. And the punt hits at the 6, and they can't down it, and it'll be a touchback. The Louisville offense is headed back out on the field. There's certainly still a hill to climb, but they've got to make sure these drives pay off. Got a touchdown last time. Can they back it up here?
Well, and it's amazing in a football game how sometimes they'll surprise you with what you do. Once you get settled and you realize what's going on, now I'm comfortable with it. Jesse, this offense looked comfortable on its last drive.
They sure did. It looked like they started to find some momentum. So now it's on this defense to stop that, all right? You're a little bit upset based on what just happened the previous drive. You've got to bow up again and go back to what was working earlier in this game.
On target. And he has run out of bounds as they go backwards there and just avoided the contact. On 2nd down, looking again to throw. Got his man quickly. And he'll run across the sidelines after the good gain. And this offense is desperate to keep this drive alive, trailing by multiple possessions, and it's getting late. Out of the backfield, he's open. And they knock him down, but he got past the line to gain. And the Cardinals are on the move. He wants to throw. Not able to hook up there, incomplete. After the quarterback and receiver failed to hook up, they'll try it again on 2nd down. Back to the air one more time. He'll try to do it himself. Able to get just a few before sliding to avoid the hits. 3rd and short from the 49. Is this 4-down territory? Looking to throw it to Hussein. Right down the middle. Complete downfield. Makes the grab and a nice gain. Gets it to the 35. The Cardinals have it with a 1st and 10. Keeping it on the ground with the single back. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. He's looking for an open man on 2nd down. Now he's going to break the pocket. He's going to run it. He's going to be able to pick up a few yards before the slide. Coming to the line, looking for that 1st down on 3rd and short from the 29. He's looking to throw. Receiver looks it in. It's complete. Just outside the red zone as they pick up the 1st down. They'll spot it at the 22. He's looking to throw it. Coming after it. Just too much heat that time, and they knock him down at the 31.
The defense has been so dominant up front. You've seen it in these passing situations. That now the 7th sack of the game.
This drive was rolling, and then it got thrown into reverse. Here's a 2nd and 18. He's looking to throw. Unloads to the wideout. And it just squirted through his hands. He wanted to take off and got too anxious. This has been the unending drive. It has gone on forever. It has chewed clock, but now it faces third and going for it all. And that one is picked off in the end zone. That's why you love veterans in this defense. They stay locked in on their rules, and he made the pick.
And that's such a great job of seeing the play, seeing it unfold, breaking on the football, making the interception, and you will absolutely never forget getting that first career INT, that big play, that big moment.
Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. Here's another opportunity, Jesse, to stretch out this lead after punting last time.
I think it goes back to your playmakers, Reese. I think it's finding the guys that have been working for you earlier on in this game and getting them the football.
Yeah, and there's obviously no need to panic. I mean, think about it. You got the lead. You got the football. You got to be smart with the football, make your plays, put a good drive together here.
The RPO, fire complete to the left. To the 43-yard line and a first down for this offense.
You know, you're seeing in college football now with spread offense and tempo and air raid, we're seeing more and more 400-yard days, but I can't remember the last time I've seen one look as impressive as this guy has played today, David. He has been on fire.
And it's so annoying now because all the quick game is so good, and then you take shots when you get matchups, and you see tight ends now that move like wide receivers and running backs that move like receivers. There's so many ways that quarterbacks can hurt you now, and he showed all of it today.
Nice move there.
You want to talk about making it easy for an offensive coordinator. You pick up a bunch of yards on first down, make that second down really, really manageable. That's a great job by the offense.
Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Man down on the play as the officials take a break to let him be checked out. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On third down, going up top. Got his man downfield. Offense on the move. A big play there. Gets it to the 30. And they just want to give this guy a chance to make a play on third down. And more times than not, he is going to deliver.
He's so good, so efficient, such a good route runner, got the speed, got the complete game. So you definitely want to highlight him, and especially on those downs that matter the most. If something's not open quick underneath, find him. He'll make those contested catches.
Looking downfield, it's Skadecki. Zings it complete to the right. They get him on the ground after he gets enough to move the sticks. Down to the 18-yard line, it's 1st and 10. He'll pull it on the read. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Got some work to do on second down after that last one. They need 13. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Knocked down, but not before he crossed into the red zone and picked up 4 yards down to the 17. On third and long, he has to throw for it. Here he goes breaking the pocket. Headed to the end zone. He got enough for the first down before sliding, but there is a marker on the field. It might be coming back. The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. From the gun, he'll try to throw for it on third down. And it's incomplete as he was trying to finish the drive with a score. This field goal unit getting some serious run. They've already been out there 3 times. The kicker will try it again. And the kicker delivers the 3 to salvage that drive. And that lead grows even bigger.
And this guy has been a machine all season long. He is absolutely automatic. You know you're getting 3 points when this guy jogs on.
That lead just keeps getting fatter, and this kickoff team doing a little running. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stops at the 18. Louisville has it back in the offense, coming out ready to attack. Here's the handoff. Brought down at the 28, but it's a 10-yard gain. Now on first down from the 28. Back to pass, it's Hussein. Fires to the tight end. And that defense doesn't allow a cutback, and they get him out of bounds after a short gain. Dialing up a second down pass play. Skips away from pressure. And the quarterback bought some time, but not enough. Down he goes with the sack.
The defense is just killing it. Success after success after success. If I'm the offense, I got to change something up, or my quarterback's going to be forced to change because he's going to be in the injury team.
This is a 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. He unleashes a long one. And that one's incomplete. They weren't just trying to move the chains. They were trying to move the scoreboard. Instead, it's 4th down. Fair catch called for and taken at the 30-yard line. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. That last drive was a long one, Jesse. They'd like this time to pay it off with a touchdown instead of a field goal.
No doubt, Reese. They had a lot of good stuff going that last drive. Need to get a tutty up on the board here to extend that lead, David.
And I think you definitely want a touchdown, but if you put another long drive together, get points, multiple possessions in a row, start to let those body blows add up and wear this defense out.
On 3rd and long, he'll need to loosen up that arm. Gets it out quickly. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. And the Seminoles line up to punt it away. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. Not going to risk a return here. Calls for the fair catch and makes it just around the 30-yard line. He wastes no time and comes out throwing. Takes the easy throw in the flat. And a good job in coverage there as they stop it after just a few. Picked up some yardage with that completion, now 2nd down. Back to pass, it's Hussein. Pulls it in. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. Offense breaks the huddle on 3rd down. He wants to throw it. They're setting up the screen. And they wrap him up, but not before he's got enough for the 1st down. Looking to move it through the air. He finds his man. He stopped just a chain link or 2 away from the 1st down and sets them up beautifully here. And talk about spreading the ball around. Everyone getting a chance to show off the hands based on the number of targets we've seen. One more quarter to go, and it looks as if we are ready to play. And, guys, this is a great time to take a shot if you want on 2nd and short. He's looking to throw. And that's not the way they drew it up. It's incomplete. Ball's at the 47. They're looking at a 3rd down and short. Looking to throw it again. Just gets rid of it to the running back underneath. And they wrap him up, but not before he gets enough on the catch for the 1st down. He's going to pass. Unloads it downfield. And he bats it away. It falls incomplete. After the misfire, now on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Just a short pass to the tight end. And he laid the lumber to stop him from getting the 1st down. Wants to throw on 3rd down. Looking downfield. Finds a man on the left. He'll be stopped just short of the end zone, but they'll have it 1st and goal.
Well, they caught the defense off guard with that play right there. Here they are in field goal range. It's 3rd and short. You know, the odds say it's going to be a run. Instead, they throw it. They get a big play now setting up 1st and goal.
It's complete. And he wanted the score badly, but the defense wrestles him down at the 2. 2nd and goal coming up. Dropping back, it's Hussein. Swings it out to the flat. And the pass is complete, but less than nothing to show for it. They're knocked down behind the line. 3rd and goal is where offensive coordinators earn their keep. He'll throw it. He's got it. He gets it in. Touchdown, Cardinals. Field shrinks. Tight end grows. Big targets, big results.
I've never heard it put that way, but you're dang right. That guy is so big. A lot of times you get a DB matched up on him. He can just post him up. A linebacker, he can run by him. So that's why these tight ends are so dangerous down here in this red zone.
He'll try to tack on one more. Smashes it through for the PAT. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. UCLA is getting whooped today, and at some point this comes down to preparation. Are you prepared to play? Clearly the answer today is a big fat no.
On the ground with the counter. A strong tackle and wrap up from the junior. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Out of the gun, they'll run it inside. And they'll wrestle him to the ground after a short gain. Just shy of midfield at the 47. The defense needs a 3rd down stop. To the ground to try to pick up the first. Wrestled to the ground after picking up the 1st down. The Noles will line it up on 1st and 10. Right back to the well. And a decent gain there before the defense makes a stop. Halfway there on 1st down, it's 2nd and 5. The give to the lone running back. Not a whole lot of progress made there on the short run. They have work in front of them on 3rd and short from the 42. Looking to move the chains. They throw it complete to the left. Putting together a real scoring threat here as they pick up the 1st down at the 36. They go to the ground. We'll give them a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Offense about to reel off its 7th play of the drive. The give to the back. Tackle is made at the 30-yard line after he picked up 4. This is the type of play that decides games. Are you tough enough to convert 3rd and short from the 30? Tough, hard-nosed running. He got 3, but he needed 4. It's 4th down and 1. And it looks as if they're going to try a field goal. Splits the uprights, it's good. And now the lead is even bigger. They're really starting to extend that lead as they get ready to kick it away again. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. The Louisville offense is headed back out on the field. Dropping back, it's Hussein. Finds his big tight end. He's got enough for the 1st down. They'll spot it at the 37.
Here's the deal. You're down 3 possessions. You know, it doesn't feel likely they're going to come back and win, but we've seen crazier stuff happen in college football. It all starts with a big completion on a 2-minute drive. They'll get the momentum started in your direction.
They gave themselves room to operate with that first play. Now 1st down from the 37. He wants to throw. Pocket starts to collapse. This time they were able to keep him in check and stop him short of that 1st down. They'll line up for a 2nd down play. He's looking to throw. And that's going to be incomplete. A lot of contact on the play, but no flags. It'll be 3rd down. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. He puts a lot of air under it down the sideline. Brings it down on the right side. And he'll take it to the house. He got loose. Touchdown, Louisville!
If I'm a play caller nowadays, man, I want more guys like this. Just versatility. You can see he can catch it out of the backfield like a wide receiver, or he can run it. Nice job catching the football with his hands, using his speed to do the rest and get into the end zone.
And now they'll try to get the two-point conversion, guys. They'll go to the air. Dumps it to the back. Makes the grab right along the sideline for the two-point conversion. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
50, Louisville, 36.
And he's going to bring it out. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. Finds his tight end. And that's a very productive first down play and bringing up 2nd and 3.
Brings up 2nd down.
To the air, it's Gadecki. Looking left. And he got a hand in there, knocks it away, incomplete. Now looking for that first down on 3rd and short from the 26. They'll try to pick it up on the ground. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. And the Seminoles decide to punt it away. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. He'll settle for some pretty good field position and make the fair catch at around the 35. They'll put it in play from the 36 for the first play of the drive. Getting some heat. Hit hard as he released the ball on that first down pass, and it never had a chance. And now on 2nd down for this offense. They'll throw again after the incompletion. And that pass will be jarred loose on 2nd down. That brings up 3rd down. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. Looking deep down the right side. It's incomplete, but here comes the flag, and I think it's going to be a first down.
And the defender just way too handsy on that last play. You could see all the contact as the ball was in the air. He simply can't do it, and the referee's caught it.
Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw. Can't make the grab. Quarterback just missed him a little bit. And after the incompletion on first down, this offense looking at 2nd down. They want to just keep throwing it. Got it in stride inside the 20. Touchdown, Cardinals. A Lazarus-like comeback is underway.
Number 19.
Well, how about that? And after that touchdown, we might have a finish after all, Jesse.
I love it, Reese, and this team is not quitting. Yeah, they're down on the scoreboard right now, but they are clawing and they are scratching their way back in this game. They're going to keep going hard until this clock reads all zeros.
2-point conversion attempt is coming. Back to throw, it's Hussein. They're trying to get to it. And the quarterback is sacked. Big play by the defense that is probably going to be wiped out by that penalty flag. I think they jumped offside. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive. On the run from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. The Seminoles have it back. They'll try to get that offensive spear flaming. They missed an opportunity to extend this lead the last time. And he will be sacked at the 6-yard line.
This defense, they are tenacious, and they've got guys up front that are athletic and that are so strong and then can collapse the pocket. You saw it right there in that play-action attempt.
And now they have enhanced their degree of difficulty on 2nd and long from the 6. He's looking to throw. Fires to the wideout. Got his man. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. He's got it down the left. A giant chunk of yardage picked up there, and they're down to the 24.
And what a big conversion by the offense there. With the lead late, you're just trying to stay on the field and bleed the clock. At this point, it's tick, 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 tick. Let's run this clock down as low as we can before we snap it.
That last big play has them in business. Just outside the red zone, it's 1st and 10. And he's knocked down, but not before moving the chain. And the Noles have their offense in high gear. They'll keep it on the ground. They want this clock to move. Keeps those legs churning for 3 yards. He's down at the 9. Going to work on 2nd down in the red zone. Is still some ground to cover to pick up that 1st down. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. The give to the tailback. Plows through the defense. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. And now on 4th down, they will put it on the shoulders of the kicker to save them with his foot. They'll try to put 3 on the board as the field goal unit comes on. Right down the boulevard, it's good. And that will extend their lead even further. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. UCLA is just getting blown right out of the Rose Bowl today. And while scorned Pac-12 fans might have no problem with that, this will not sit well with that fan base.
From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. And the returner could find no daylight. He goes down. Louisville has it back in the offense, coming out ready to attack. Finds the tight end. And a 9-yard gain on 1st down leaves him with 2nd and short. The offense will quickly use a timeout. To throw, it's Hussein. Pressure coming. Keeps the play going. That pressure got to him, and he just had to chuck it out of bounds. Boy, could they use a conversion on 3rd and short from their own 24. They'll try to pick up the 1st through the air. Got the quick pass. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a 1st down. And the Cardinals come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Looking down the middle. It's caught. And he gets a big chunk of yardage to the 34-yard line. Now they've got to hustle to the line and get set. They're going to throw it again. Fires to the right. It's complete. And he almost ran away from everybody on that one. A huge pickup on that play. They'll throw it from the red zone. Trying to get to him. And he'll chuck it into the cheap seats there and save the down. Nobody getting open there. Operating in the red zone here on 2nd down. Couldn't connect on 1st down, now back to the air. And his throw is incomplete. Boy, they'd love to pick up this conversion and go to work with a 1st and goal. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. Just threw that one away to avoid disaster. Now on 4th down, they'll send out the field goal unit. Kick is good. The offense has 3 points to show for the drive.
That makes the score. Florida State 53, Louisville 45.
Time is of the essence, just under a minute to go as they line up for the onside kick. They were ready for the onside kick and executed perfectly, and they secure the football. Guys, here comes that Florida State offense back onto the field. Guys, you want to be productive here and not go into a shell, but you've got to take care of the ball.
Yeah, and I think you say productive. He's productive at this point in the game is running the clock and getting first down. So, Jesse, I can expect this defense to be aggressive, way up near the line of scrimmage, bringing a bunch of bodies, trying to stop the run.
And that's why it puts a lot of pressure on an offense, David, because you know if you do try to throw the football, it's probably man coverage, you're probably getting blitzed, it's going to be into a small window. It is not easy to execute in this situation of the game.
Quarterback's just going to take a knee.
Number 11 in punt formation to kick it away.
4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. Couldn't get away from that cover team, and they've got him down at the 23. No time to waste here. They've got to get set and pick up chunk yardage. To the air, it's Hussein. Feeling some heat. Just had to get rid of that one. Good job to fight another play. They've got to move quickly here. Still a chance, but they've got to force the ball down the field. He's going to pass on 2nd down. A deep throw as the clock winds down. And the pass is incomplete, and the ball game is over, and this will be a game of what might have been. It's one thing to execute early in the game. Tight ball game, right at the end, you need the clutch plays. These guys deliver.
And you can't teach that gene. You have people that can focus in the moment or they can't. Great job by the team, staying focused, understanding it's a close battle, win those one play at a time, and then look up, and then, heck, I got the win.
Yeah, David, they just had ice in their veins, and you can tell there's tremendous leadership on this football team. Guys can step up, and in the huddle, they can make sure that everybody else is focused to the task at hand in order to get the W.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.